Good morning. Welcome back to another episode of Code, Coffee, and Chat with Stephen Freeborn, live from his basement in Kansas City, Kansas. um, that was my best announcer impersonation. Let's see, copy this guy. Hey, what's up, Oblivious? Yep, I'm back. Last day. We made it to the final day of Advent. We'll see how far we can get with day 12 today, and then we can put this whole thing behind us. Let's see. Excuse me, that was a big yawn. Okay, we got that done. Let's check our list of members really quick. Still just got 14. That's up to date. Let's get a message pinned. Good morning. Or no, actually, Merry Christmas Eve. Hello, Bob. How are you? I was just on your page refreshing, looking for a stream. Well, I'm here now. Sorry, I was a little bit late this morning. I've been a little bit late the last couple mornings. I fell asleep yesterday. Didn't get to see you solve day 12. Well, I haven't solved it yet. So, well, that's first of all, it's good that you fell asleep, but I have not. I have not solved any of day 12. I thought I was going to come back and stream in the afternoon yesterday, but then I decided to just hang out with the kids and the wife instead of going back down into my lair for another 3 hours, you know. So we're going to pick up right where we left off yesterday, basically. Let's pin this message. Here we go. You're pinned. And what else? Also, hold on. Let me check my microphone real quick. Yep, that looks right. Test, 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 test. There we go. Hello, hello. Alright. So we pinned a message, we checked YouTube. Neither have I, for a matter of fact. I'll give it another try, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do the best I can today, you know, write as much code as I can, and if I get it, I get it. If I don't, that's okay. 24 days straight of doing this every morning is a lot, so I'm kind of at my end, you know. I mean, it's been a lot of fun, but I'm ready to get back into builder mode. Actually build some actual applications or learn some new stuff, you know. Makes me respect people though that just grind leak code all the day, all day, every day. You know what a grind that is for sure. All right. Well, yesterday, where we left off yesterday was, what is the reason behind making coordinates non-negative? Are your transforms not in place? They were I had to make them non-negative because I was doing the easiest way to do the transforms. Let's see, main dot go here. So, where is it? Normalize. Oh, sorry, that's in the wrong file. Essentially, the way I'm doing the flipping and the where is it? The flip. Yeah, the flip. Here you go. So the way I'm doing the flip is I'm literally just negating the column of the current position, and that's going to be problematic if I leave it like that when we go to actually place stuff on the grid. Or yeah, place stuff on the grid and be able to like print it, right? Like it's not going to make sense to be able to print a negative column. Same thing with the rotate that I did. Instead of negating the column, I negated the row. I really did day 1 in C today. I forgot how brutal that language is, dude. I love how this stuff is so trivial for you. You're just like, yeah, let me re-implement my solution in the lowest level language possible. All right. Well, so let's see. So far, I have tuples and tuples. I have just transpose and flip that to return a new tuple of tuples. Ah, nice. I'm not going to assembly. That's for psychos. I mean, shit. If you're already at C, why not, right? Just do it. String parsing in assembly is a red flag. Not gonna lie. Oh man, the things that qualify for red flags in programmer communities. That's pretty fucking funny. Alright, so this is where we were stuck yesterday. This is kind of how I broke the problem down. So we have to parse the shapes, then we have to figure out how to rotate and flip. We have to get rid of the negative coordinates that come from our current approach to rotating and flipping. And then right now we're currently stuck on generating all the shape variants. So what Past Steven said to do was to actually sit down and try to write the test cases out so we know that what we'd expect to happen is actually happening, and so we don't have to keep visually comparing. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do test, generate variants, and then we are going to do something like, I guess we probably need some tests, like table tests, right? Data-driven tests. So we'll have results, we'll have shape dot from, and that takes some lines of text, which is fine. We can stub that out here in a minute. Let's do lines equals slice of string. We will have that shape. Let's do results equals shape dot generate variants. then I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do. How do I want to check for equality? Because this is going to give me literally back a shape. So then the question becomes, how do I guess I just want to turn it into a string. Is what I want to do. So I think what we'll do is we'll have expected equals strings dot join lines join with a new line like that. And then we'll say something like for the range over the result, and we'll say, yeah, actual however we don't want we want I think what we want is we actually want v dot string like we don't have that method, so we're gonna add that method, or at least expose it publicly. So we're gonna go up here, do string, and then we have to actually, we're gonna actually have this all in like a, this will all be like in a test case loop. Hey, what's up, I Love Lamp? Good to see you. Duke boy? What's up, man? How are you? Yes, it's been a while. As Ray, what are we solving? We are solving admin of code day 12, part 1 and 2 is what we're going to try to do today. Probably only going to get through part 1. I just put the link to AOC in the chat, though, if you're curious. I recently got to know Advent of Code through you. Thanks for the resource. Of course, yeah, great. That's awesome to hear, man. Yeah, it's a really fun event. It definitely will test your stamina and your endurance and your will to continue solving difficult problems. But it's fun, especially when you actually solve the problems, you know? So let's do type generate variant test case. That'll be fine there. Coder, thank you for subscribing. Also, great username. Let's see, your name ran off my screen. I apologize. Let me look it up real quick. Activity feed. Kadzashe? I think that's how you say your name. Thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. We want lines. I think we just need input. That's all we need. Which means then we can do something like this, where we say for test case equals range over test cases. Excuse me. can delete this guy. We can say we want test cases dot input. Okay. So what do we do now? We actually have to fill up this array of test cases, which is where we'll say input is going to be equal to some list of strings, and we'll just take that from our example. So let's start with this guy. This is one that's giving us trouble, so we'll start with him. My iPad is going to be a great hand warmer today. Why, is it cold where you are? My cat wants to play. Sure, man, throw it in the Discord. Why not, right? We have a whole pets channel for that. All right, so that's just one input though, right? Because we want input, and then we actually want expected. Yeah, so we want expected variance is going to be I guess that's going to be a list of yeah. So this is actually going to be a list of This is going to be kind of a pain in the butt to write, but expected variance is actually a slice of string slices. Yeah. Which means now we need to go down here, and actually what we need to do is we need to say, okay, great. We took the input, and now we need to essentially see if this is painful. I wonder if this would be simpler just to not do in the table. Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to simplify this because it's kind of overwhelming me, if I have to be honest. I'm going to get rid of all that. Mr. 8, thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate you. So we're just going to do whoops. I'm just going to grab this, and we're going to go in through this one by one. I know this shouldn't be the most difficult part of the problem, but for some reason it's turned into one of the most difficult parts of the problem for me. Love that you're not using AI. I am currently not using AI, or I'm trying not to, at least. Not for actually solving the problem. Because I just feel like if you're going to do advent of code, the whole point of it, or a big reason to do it, is to sort of challenge yourself, right? To sort of see what you know versus what you don't know. And so I would guarantee that probably most of the current LLMs could probably single shot a lot of these problems or get very close in a single shot to a lot of these problems. So I've just kind of been avoiding turning Copilot on. See, we have our lines. We're going to get our shape from those lines. We're going to join them. So how do I want to check to see if these line or I want to basically check to see if the expected is in the variance. That's what I want to see. So let's say we expect to see expected variant equals, yeah, like that. Okay, so we've got one expected variant. So now what we want to do is we want to loop through that. And we want to say, want to loop through the variance in result. And we want to say found, I guess, is false. And if variant dot string, whoops, I always forget that range keyword. I don't know what it is, but I always forget it. If that equals expected, then found gets set to true. Whoops. And if found equals false, then we'll say t.err f expected to find variant percent v, I guess, but did not. Let's actually put this percent d or percent v. That needs to be defined out here. Okay, why? There we go. All right, let's run that really quick. So we're going to do go test cmd 12 shape. So that failed. So this is one of the ones we're not finding, right? So what if we added another one? Because I just want to make sure my test logic is working correctly. So I think we do know that we are getting I think we were getting this one, weren't we? Well, we know we're getting it because that's the one we're sending in. So this should not fail. So then what we'll do is we will loop over the expected variance. So we'll say expected variant equals range over expected variant, and let's actually rename this to say expected variance. We'll move that into here. Whoops. So now we have, we're back to nested loops, but so be it. So we'll say VW EV, and then we'll just move all of this So we'll say respected t found. So let's put this one above here, just for, because we know this one should be in there. So as long as we don't fail on that one, we should be in good shape to continue. But did not. Okay, so something's wrong with my comparison logic than in my tests, because this is what we passed in. Let's format.println expected. Let's format.println to be. Hello, ETN. Welcome back to another day of trying to solve day 12. All right, well, that's not right at all. What the hell's happening there? Let's see, this is result. This is expected. Okay, so why is this my result? That's not what I would expect at all. So we have shape from lines. Oh, I know why. This should have like an ID line, shouldn't it? Yeah, this should have like an ID line. There we go. Okay, so this time now we're still getting 2 failures. Expected to find variant, but did not. So this one should have been in there. Right? There it is right there. So why, when I compare these two, are they not equivalent? Oh, because this one has an extra new line below it. Okay. This is what I get for trying to compare things by by string. Yeah, so basically here when we write the string, we only want to add the new line. Let's see. If row, that's a number, right? That's a string, so we'll say row number. So if row number is less than, excuse me. We only want to write the new line if we're not on the last row. So there we would say row number is less than or equal to the length of the temp grid. Else do something like this. I think that's what we want to do. Let me see what this does. Yeah. I may have just completely screwed it up, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. So where is that extra new line coming from? Where's that coming from? So it's not coming from us. So where are you coming from, my good sir? I mean, I guess I could just trim it, couldn't I? Instead of having to worry about it. I just want to be able to compare them for equality, and I think what's happening is strings.trim space. Etienne, do you want a less cryptic clue regarding how to find the solution? No, that's all right. I don't mind continuing to struggle through this. You know. I guess if I get to the end of the day and I haven't solved it, then I would take all the non-cryptic clues you got, because I'm probably not going to come back to this after today. So I would be happy to at the end of today. There we go. So now we have one failure, which is what I was trying to get to. So we have one failure, and it's the one we expect. So now we know we're comparing things in a way that we can trust. So let's remove those. Let's remove that. Now we need to figure out why this one isn't showing up. I guess let's go ahead and just see what other variants we would expect. So we would expect the inverse of this one, right? So we would expect this guy. And we would expect the horizontal rotation of this, which is going to be right. So that's going this way. And then we'd expect also to have this guy. We'll see if all those are in there. Say less. I think that means understood in US. Yeah, say less. Bet. That's what the kids say. That's what the kids say. Bet. All right, so we got the which one? So I think we're expecting 8, right? So we have this L, we have this L, we have this one, we have this one. We have that one. What other shapes are we expecting? Oh, I guess we're also expecting this one, aren't we? We're expecting this one. Which is just going to be transposing that down. Mohammed, thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate you. Very kind. Gee, thank you for subbing. Appreciate you. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think we're saying we expect 7. So what are the ones I'm missing here? We have that top left corner. That's bottom right corner. We have I would translate the emotion in question into the Ben Affleck taking a cigarette break meme. Bob, this one is quite emotional when you get it. I won't say which emotion. So are you telling me that this is gonna be all for naught? Once I hear the non-cryptic clue, I'm gonna be like, son of a bitch. one, one, two. Okay, so what? So we rotate it. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that's all of them. So we have this flipped. We have this. We have this. Yeah, I think that might be all that we expect. Okay. So we're just missing that one shape, yeah? Okay, and what happens if I do... So what happens if I remove my... If we go over to the generate shape, what happens if I remove... And we just return shapes. Oops. Return shapes. We're still missing it. Okay. So there is something what we are currently doing is we are rotating 90 degrees clockwise. Then we flip it. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm just gonna be very pedantic about this. So I'm gonna rotate clockwise, and then we also know what we want to do is we for sure want to flip it. So I'm gonna say current dot flip. Flip vertically. So we flipped. And then I'm going to reset current again. And I'm going to say rotate this. Rotated, then flipped equals rotated dot flipped vertically. And And let's think about how we would get to that shape. Right, how would we get to this shape? Well, we get to this shape by doing what? So our starting shape looks like this. Sorry, yeah, looks like this. So in order to get to that L, right, we really have to flip it across this axis, or the horizontal. But right now, I only flip across here, right? So how can we rotate it? So I think what I could do is I could go. Okay, actually, I'm gonna put all that back that I just removed. And I'm just gonna do a very specific thing here at the end where I reset current again. And what I do is I say rotated equals current dot rotate clockwise. So I'm gonna rotate it twice, and then I'm gonna flip it. And then I'm gonna append it. I know this shouldn't be that hard, but for whatever reason, I found this very challenging to get all the variants that I wanted. I think that would get us the one we're missing. There we go. Okay. So I think I expect. So what I'm saying is, I basically saying, I'm expecting 6. Now the question is that correct? Should I expect 6? Wait, first loop equals just rotate 4 times. First loop, current, first loop again. Hold on, let me put that back on the screen so you can, because I wasn't following what you said. So first loop, take the flip out of the second loop. This also works. Hold on, but regarding the solution, yeah, pretty much dehydral group 4D4. There are at most 8 unique configurations of shapes. Oh, so you should never have more than 4? Or no, more than 8? Okay, that's good to know. I guess I'm not sure what you're saying. Line 6, current equals flipped. Okay, line 6. Current equals flipped vertically. This one. You're saying remove that? Yeah. And then you're saying if I remove this, and between the loops. I don't know. Maybe current equals s dot flipped. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not following you. There's 3 loops on screen. There's 3 loops on screen, so I'm not, and the line numbers you're giving me are relative, so, or are not correct to what I'm looking at on my screen. So I'm not following you. If you'd like to take a screenshot of this and just post it marked up in my Discord, I'm happy to try what your idea is. But at this point, I think I'm, I don't know if I've actually done what I need to do. But I have at least one of my all the contenders of my shapes. Yeah. Well, I don't know how you'd get me your screenshot. I had to draw this on paper to figure out the simplest way to get the unique configs. Yeah, the way, or I guess the way I'm currently doing it, or the way I originally was doing it, was just flip then rotate, was what I was doing 4 times. But that seems to always spin past. That seems to always spin past what I need. It seems to always miss this one. Yeah, for sure. The sequence of transforms required to get all 4. Yeah, for sure. One add original, okay. Transpose. Add, okay. Flip, okay. Add, okay. Is transpose, and go back to 1 and repeat 4 times. Is transpose, is that stand for the rotation? Excuse me. Because that sounds very much like what I had before. Hold on, let me comment that out real quick. Transpose is a diagonal mirror across X, Y. Oh, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that implemented. Basically rebuild the matrix by flipping X, Y. I don't think I want to spend time though figuring out how to I don't think I want to spend time figuring out how to implement the transpose. Brad, thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. It's rotation. Rocketeer, thanks for subbing, man. Rotation is transpose plus flip, so you should be able to just remove the flip part of it. A rotation is transpose plus flip. So you should be able to just remove the flip part of it. Yeah, I still don't think I understand how to. I don't know. I'm just too dense. It's hard. For whatever reason, it's very hard for me to understand what you guys are telling me to do. Which isn't. I don't think that's a comment on you guys. I think it's a comment on me. This is what I was doing originally. So we have number of transformations, and then we have. This was my original attempt. So we had 4 range. number of rotations, and we had current. Well, yeah, the first thing we did was we did shapes append the current. Then we flipped it equals current. Then we append it again. Flipped. And then we reset current to the rotated one. Current equals current dot rotated clockwise. That's what we were doing originally. Oh. Does that work? I don't think that works in all the cases. Or at least yesterday when we were visually doing this. That's literally what we typed yesterday, and we were saying yesterday that it wasn't right. I guess I'll try other shapes to just, because the thing is, if we don't get this right, then none of the other stuff is going to be right. So it's kind of important that we get this correct. Let's see, works for shape 0. I posted my list in Discord. Thank you very much. No, I posted my list in Discord. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a lot of messages in there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go through and verify then where it breaks down in my current setup, which may be painstakingly boring to watch me do. So if you feel like scrolling on, that's okay. But I don't trust what I'm doing quite yet. So let's try shape 1. So this is what we start with. Excuse me. I always do that, and I always say, I don't mean to burp in your ear, but I keep burping in your guys' ears, and I apologize for that. It's not very polite of me. So that's what we'll start with. So that means we should also have that as the very first one. Okay. So if we were to flip that, or let's say we were to rotate that, right? So if we rotate that clockwise, we should have this, and we should have this, and should have this. I think we should have something like that, right? kind of hard to think about this stuff in your head. That's for sure. I wonder. This might be easier to do with a little bit of Excalidraw magic. Whoops. I always forget to yank it correctly. So let's say if we're here, then we rotate 90 degrees. That brings us to that. Then if we rotate another 90, we're here. We rotate another 90. Whoops. Okay, so we're starting fresh. Rotate. That's 180. That is 90, or sorry, 90, 180. Then we'll go 90, 180, 270. That's all right. Esan, thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you. So I'm going to go 90, 180, 270. So that's what we can all expect from rotations. And then okay, so let me just take that off to the side real quick. So we're going to do all our rotations this way. I don't know how else you'd build confidence that you had this correct if you didn't do this. Okay. And this one becomes that. And that. Okay. And the next one is okay, let's do that test. Alright, so we got all the rotations. Now let's look at flipping it. So essentially now, if we were to flip this one, or at least flip it vertically, we'd have this is a little harder to do. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, if we flip this, vertically. And these just swap places, which means we get this. So we want this one, which is the same. No, that's not the same. Okay, so we got that one. All right, and then if we were to flip this one vertically, we would get, I think the only thing we end up different there is this one becomes that. Why doesn't my cursor show up? That's kind of bothering me. I'm not sure why my cursor is not showing up in there. Oh, well, it's not showing up because this is twisted. So basically what we need to do here is we would just flip these two values. So we would do, if this is our current one that we're looking at, then when we flip vertically, we'd have this over here, $sign over here. That's good. I mean, this is good. I mean, this, to me, this is pointing that we have it correct. The problem is I don't think you can just visually, I don't think anybody can visually just look at that shape and then look at the variance and be like, yes, that's correct. Like you either have to trust that you really implemented it correctly, or you're gonna have to validate it by hand individually like this. Otherwise, you're kind of flying blind, I feel like. Okay, so this one we're gonna flip here, here. We're gonna flip here, here. Zach, thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate it. Okay, good deal. All right, this is our last. This should be the last one, I think, because you said there should only ever be 8 possible candidates. So I think I've covered those 8 possible candidates. Okay, so if we were to do this, it would look like that. All right, I'm gonna say that that works as we'd expect. I'm gonna call it. I'm calling it, people. Well, we shall find out if that is not the case. And we'll go back and do the other shapes. Okay, so to reorient ourselves to what the heck we're doing here. We're generating all the shape variants. Great. Now we need to take care of the grid, I guess. Yeah, now we need to, so we got all of our shapes. The question is, what do we do now, right? I guess this is where we do the This is where we need to actually, I wonder, so we have our shapes, right? We have our variants. So let's do this. So we have our shapes. Okay, so we have our shapes, and we have our regions. So let's begin looping over those. So we'll say for region, range over regions. I laugh every time you burped and apologize for doing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not good at breaking my habits. Eddie, and why can't you join the Discord? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat there for a second. What happens when you try to join the Discord? Does the link not work? Let's see, it's very much a type of puzzle that shows up here and there, and when having done matrix manipulations, you sort of just trust the intuition. Yeah, I guess I don't trust my intuition. I don't trust my intuition. All right, so let's parse this query line. So we're gonna say parts are equal to strings dot split, and we'll pass in our region, and we'll split on a colon, and we'll say the dimensions are going to be equal to strings split parts 0, because remember, this is what we're parsing. Whoops, that's not what I want. Copy the whole Scala drawing into NeoVim. So these are our dimensions. Great. Now we need our width. Width is going to be equal to, well, I guess it really doesn't matter because they're all squares, right? So we'll do stir convert.atoi, and we'll say dims 0. We'll do the same thing with the height. Yeah, it really doesn't matter because these numbers are going to be the same, so you could actually almost only parse one of them, right? And then we'll say, okay, great. Let's see how many of presents we need to fit, right? So we'll say counts string equals the strings fields of parts 1. So the string dot field method in Go basically splits strings around one or more consecutive white space characters. So it's basically gonna split everywhere we have a space here. So it's gonna give us back just a slice of numbers, an array of numbers. And so what we'll do is we'll say required shapes is going to be equal to a slice of ints, and we will loop over the index. So we'll have index, or I guess we could also call it ID, and we'll do range counts stir like this, and we're basically just going to build up those required shapes, that list of required shapes. So we'll say count is going to be equal to stir convert dot atoi, and we could probably actually represent the region with an actual proper data structure now that we kind of know how we're going to use it. But I'm just going to keep going down this path. So we'll do for I of 0 is less than I is less than count I plus plus, and we'll say, okay, required shapes equals append required shapes I. Sorry, not I, ID. So we're basically just building up a list. We're basically saying, okay, how many of ID 0 do we want, right? So let's print. I guess let's just print these real quick so Go doesn't complain to us. So let's say format.println required shapes. This is going to be region. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to do go test day 12. So you see, we want 2 4s, we want 1 0, we want 1 2, we want 2 4s and 2 5s. So that's basically what I'm building up here. It's a list. And then once we have our regions, we should be able to do something like, I'm going to do some wishful programming. So this, if this is the main solution, at this point we should have all we need to check if we can fit it, right? So we should be able to say, hey, Born to Shine, how are you, man? Thanks for being a member. Good to see you. Welcome back to the last day of Advent of Code on Steven's stream. Tomorrow we will officially be moving on. But it's been fun. It's been a fun 24 days. I've accomplished everything I set out to accomplish with it, though. I PR'd how many stars I had gotten on a percentage basis. And I used Go instead of C#, which is great. So it's been a rousing success. Now we're just we're trying to see if we can flail at part 12 a little bit and see if we can't figure it out. So at this point, what I should be able to do is I should be able to just check if this can fit, right? So I should be able to just say can fit and then pass in a bunch of information. And if it can fit, I should be able to just increment the total. So let's go back up here. And we'll say total 0. And we'll return total. I'm waiting for the projects. I'm going to clone some of them for my portfolio. Oh yeah, I don't know if you want to clone any of my projects, but we're definitely going to dive back into building some stuff. I have some stuff that I would really like to build in the year of 2026. Some larger, more in-depth projects. Like I want to build some sort of financial management tool for myself that's basically my personal version. If you guys are familiar with Mint was like an old, it wasn't old at the time, but it used to be a place where you could manage your personal finances. And then Intuit bought it, and then Intuit retired it like a year or two ago, maybe 3 years at this point. So I'd like to replace that because I'm currently using a tool called YNAB, and YNAB's good, but it's got way too many bells and whistles for what I want to do with it. And then the other project I'd like to build in 2026 is I'd like to build something that kind of approximates like innate-in functionality, but much simpler, right? So one thing I see in my day job is that there's a lot of need within businesses to be able to integrate data between systems. And a lot of people spend a lot of time writing these custom, what are basically ETL jobs. And I'd like to see if I can't figure out a way to build some sort of like node-based editor that allows people to, in a very no-code way, express what they want, how they want data to move from one place to the other. So yeah, those are a couple projects I have on mind for 2026. I'd also like to do something with the learn C# with tests idea that we came up with a while ago. Hey, you lass, how are you? What is up? Yeah, what is up with you, man? First off, thanks for being a member. And what's going on with me today is today's the last day of Advent of Code. So we're just we're trying to see if we can get day 12 solved, or at least one of the parts of day 12 solved. And that will conclude my 24 days of spending every morning trying to solve data structure and algorithm problems. All right, so in order to check if we can fit, we're going to need the width of the area, or the width of the region, so we can calculate the area. We're going to need the required shapes, and we're going to need the shapes themselves. So let's go ahead and generate that. So if we try to run this, we're going to get a panic. So the can fit's where all the magic happens. The can fit is the real challenging part. I spent an hour on the generating of variants. We're going to see if this works. Hello, Amur. Good to see you, man. This is Go. This is indeed Golang. Yes, you make a correct assertion. This is Go. I like how your message didn't really ask, it more of just declared. This is Go versus this is Go. I am Ron Burgundy. I love that movie. Such a great movie. It's go time. It is go time indeed. We're gonna see if we can do this. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna calculate the area, I think. Or we're gonna keep track of the area. So we'll have total area equals 0. And then Amin, thanks for subbing, appreciate it. If I have time, I would make my own language. Would you really? I have no interest in building my own programming language, honestly. Yeah, I just don't have any interest in it. I should probably do it at least once. It probably would be a good learning experience, but there's lots of things I should probably do once that would be a good learning experience, and there's only so much time in the day that I can spend programming. And so I have to make a decision, at least programming on my own stuff, right? I mean, I can program at work all I want. I can program at work all I want, and I can work on work outside of work all I want, because they would be happy with that. But yeah, there's just only so many hours in the day that I can fit into side projects, and so I kind of have to pick, like, if I have 3 hours this morning and maybe a couple hours in the evening, right? Let's say that's 5 to 8 hours of my personal time that I can spend. I just have to pick what I spend that time on. Let's see, I had actually started writing an interpreter in Go after purchasing 2 books on compilers and interpreters in Go. I should get back to it. Yeah, a lot of people seem to go down that rabbit hole, and it's never piqued my interest. Free labor is what we want. Dude, everyone wants free labor, right? Everyone wants free labor. Okay, so I think what I'd like to do is I think I would like to sort yeah. I think what I'd like to do is I basically like to I'll make a list of items, and boom. Yeah, I think I want something like this. I think I want something like item is a struct, and the item can have an ID. This doesn't need to be public information. It can have an area, and it can have variance. This actually probably should live. This actually should probably be. This actually should probably be part of my shape. Because this is going to be an array of shape. Oops. Shape.shape. And then we're going to have items to place equals make a slice of items and give it a capacity of the shape of the required shapes. And then what we can do is we can iterate over our IDs and our range of required shapes. And we can start to collect some of this stuff. So I'm just going to return false so everyone's happy. I've tried to create my own language after reading The Crafting Compiler with Go. Oh, interesting. Good book recommendation. Would you recommend that book, Born to Shine? You last, bro. Do you have a nice open source project in mind? I don't. I definitely will. I mean, basically all the projects I work on are usually open source. They're on my GitHub, but nothing where I want. Like I have no desire to have a successful open source project that services developers. Like I think developers might be the single worst group of customers in the history of customers. Like if you had to put together a customer base, like the worst customer base, I think developers might be it. I mean, um, because developers they tend to expect all the bells and whistles for free with an open source project. They tend to be very high and mighty and entitled about how much time should be spent on a project and how that project should be run. They tend to know way too much about the underlying inner workings of the products they use, right? So they have lots of opinions on what's possible and what's not possible and what can be done and what shouldn't be done. They don't like to spend a lot of money. Most devs that I've met are fairly frugal. You're building for free, and they are still not impressed with it. Yeah, I mean have you looked at the GitHub forum, the GitHub issues? Like, it's awful. The way other devs treat open source maintainers is crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Alfie said hi. Hello, Alfie. Good to see you. Alfie makes me think of that name makes me think of Peaky Blinders. One of my favorite characters in the Peaky Blinders universe is Alfie. But yeah, I would love to build a small like business around some tool I build. Il Grande Hercules. Nice. Thanks for subscribing to my channel. But I have no desire to build like a framework or some programming language or some utility thing for the dev world. Yeah, I just have no desire in that. I just think it's a bad customer base to service. I try not to be one of those bad developers when I use stuff. I try not to be bitchy and complainy and entitled. I still think the most fun I have programming is when I build things that solve problems I have. I made an LSP config for SUI move just for myself, shared it with others so they could use. Dude, you would not imagine feedback I got for highlight coloring. Yeah. See, exactly. It completely turns you off. Like it's not fun at all. It's not fun at all. So I would much rather build a micro SaaS around a particular niche that I understand, or build something that solves a problem for me in my life and offer it to other people to use, right? That would be but like, yeah, no. I do not want to be an open source maintainer. I'm fine with being an open source contributor, but I would not want to be a maintainer for a large project. I feel like that could be the case for larger open source projects, but I think it applies for smaller projects. I could be wrong though. I mean, in my opinion, I see it all over the place. I think it's just it may not maybe it's not developers, maybe it's just humanity. People tend to just they have hedonistic adaptations where once they get stuff for free and they're used to getting stuff for free, people's expectation tends to rise to a certain level, and there's nothing you can do to manage that or control that, right? Like the latest drama in the C sharp community was there was a gentleman who was maintaining a C sharp CI CD pipeline for a pretty long time. He'd been working on it for quite a while, and people just kept bitching about how much he works at JetBrains. He's a senior or principal software engineer at JetBrains. Sorry, I can't read your username just because I don't know that language, but thank you very much for subscribing. This was the latest drama that unfolded. Let me see if I can find um, the tweet or the post, as it were. Oh shoot, man! It's so far back now. Oh, maybe it was on LinkedIn. I can't remember exactly where I saw it. LinkedIn. But essentially, I mean, if I can summarize the story, I mean, I guess you don't really need to see the post. But if I could summarize the story, essentially this guy had been maintaining this C# project for a real long time. He'd been working at JetBrains, and he what's the future of Nuke. Nuke was the project name. Nuke GitHub. And let's go to I forgot where he posted it. Discussion, that's where it was. Discussion. Yeah, here we are. So this is back in November. This was kind of one of the latest open source fiascos in .NET. There's been a lot in the last year. A bunch of people who have made open source projects have commercial licenses, and people got real upset about it. And people just basically kept harping on this guy, Matt Koch. He works at, like I said, he works at JetBrains. And people just kept harping on him because he wasn't implementing features and fixing bugs, I guess, fast enough. And people just kept harping on him, and so he just got to the point where he was just like, I'm out of here, deuces. And I just thought, man, how shitty is that? So you basically harass somebody to the point of quitting. And so instead of having even if it wasn't like a super well maintained project, now you have no maintained project at all. And this is why watching this play out in the open source ecosystem time and time again is why I just would not want to service open source devs. Even though I love open source software, I just would not want to deal with all the drama. So I'm just going to keep building for myself. And I'll share what I build, and if people want to use it, great. And if I ever want to make money from it, I'm going to just charge people money, and then they'll be paying customers. And then when they bitch and complain, I won't be upset because I'll be making money. And that's what you get paid to deal with when you're running a business. Okay, so what am I doing here? So this is going to be shapes ID. Wait, can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Yep, because I'm processing them in order, so those indexes will line up, I think. No, they're not going to line up. What we need to do is we actually need to, I think we need to make a map so that we can connect. Yeah. I think we need to make a map. So let's do, this is going to be a map of int to shape, and instead of appending, we are going to do this shape equals shape dot from lines, and then we're going to do shape dot id is equal to shape. And that, the whole reason for that is that way we can use the ID from our required shapes to look up the actual shape that's associated with it. Okay. I think that's what I want, right? Oh, this needs to be a map now too, so this should be a map of int like that. I got really distracted by our open source conversation, so I've completely lost what I was doing. What I really want though, what I really want here is I don't really want Galleon, thanks for subscribing. What I really want here is I don't really want the individual shape, is I want all of the variants. So I think maybe this is what I want. Shape dot generate variants. Maybe that's what I really want. Like that. And then that means down here, I can do this. So now this is actually going to be shape variants, which means we can now build up our list of items. And we need to calculate the area. So let's do area is going to be equal to the length so how do I calculate the area of each shape? I haven't done anything with the area yet, so how do I... I know this is where I want to end up. I know what I want to end up is I want to end up items to place append, and I want to end up with item ID, which is going to be equal to the ID that we're looping over. We're also going to pass it the variance, which is going to be shape variance. But I know I also need to do something with the area so that I can keep track of when the area exceeds the size of the region. Is it really almost already 6 o'clock? Jesus Christ, why does it feel like I'm always running out of time? I guess I'm not really under any pressure today. I've lost my steam. Okay. So, okay, I know what I can do. I can do this. I can do... Okay, so our shapes, just to refocus us, our shapes are basically a slice of positions, right? So the number of positions in the shape is also equal to the area of said shape. So what we could do is we could say area is int, and then we can come down here and just say func s shape area returns an int, and we can say return length of s dot positions, like that. So then where are we? We're in our can fit function. In our can fit function, we can then do, okay, total area equals shapes variant 0 area. And then we can do the same thing here. Constant, thank you for subscribing. That is very much appreciated. And the reason why we can use the first shape variant is because they all have the same area. I mean, they're rotated, but they all have the same area. So we'll increase this. And we will say area equals area. Now the whole point of doing that is so that then I can come down here and say, okay, now that we have our items to place, we can check to see if the total area of all the placed items is greater than the width times the height of the region. Then we know this cannot work. So that's just a very easy way, very early on, we can say, this is dumb. Don't try to do any more here. Also, I kind of prefer having a type after each parameter. Now we get down into the fun part. So this is the fun part. This is where we're actually going to try to work through placing and I don't know. Work through placing. So we're always going to want to start with the some biggest shapes, right? And we have area on our items, so we can use the area to sort them. And we can just then start working through trying to place them. What that looks like, I don't really know off the top of my head. It's probably going to resolve some sort of. It's Christmas Eve, no pressure. Just have some coffee and enjoy your elf themed puzzle. Exactly. Just chill and relax, and I like it. I'm curious how many people actually have Christmas Eve off. Because I know at some companies it's a holiday and some companies it's not. I think at my company it is a holiday. I should probably know that, but I think it is a holiday. I feel like it should be a holiday. I feel like the entire world should just shut down for 3 weeks around Christmas and New Year's. Let's see. So we'll do sort dot slice. And okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is sort the items by area, so we can try to place larger ones first. So this will take our slice of items, and then this will take a callback, which is going to be int and a bool, and then we'll just say return items to place at I dot area is greater than items at J dot area. Oh, sorry, items to place at J. Okay. So let's just real quick, let's just do format.println, and let's print out our items to place so that we can see what that looks like. I'm actually going to do a loop, so we do string over items to place, format.println I. Hello, Sean Dev. How are you? Welcome to the stream. So area 7. It's kind of hard to see. Let's not just print the whole item. Let's print that area. Excuse me. Hold on. Should they all? I don't know if they should all have an area of 7. That seems off. Or is that right? So all in our example problem. No, that's right. So there's 2 empty spaces in all of our example problems. So in this case, it really doesn't matter. And it's probably not going to matter for our input either, is it? 1, 2. Oh, no, it does matter for our input. There are some different size ones. But for the example input, it doesn't really matter. Okay. So that's might help some. It's definitely going to help at some point in time. It just may not help with our example. Okay, so we have our items now in a sorted list by area. I'm good. What about you? I'm doing well, man. I'm healthy. My family's healthy. Today's Christmas Eve. Tomorrow's Christmas. We've got a bunch of kick-ass presents for our kids up under the tree. Yeah, dude, we're basically gonna chill out the house today and tomorrow and most of the rest of the week and just enjoy Christmas break, you know? And in the meantime, I'm spending my mornings doing what I really enjoy doing, which is writing code. Writing code like a caveman, because I'm not using 10 terminals all running Claude code at the same time. Apparently that's the way you write you write code nowadays. Is you have to do it in an agentic way. Otherwise, you're just coping. Apparently, is what the internet tells me. Okay, so we're gonna do. So let's build our grid now. So let's see. Let's build our grid so we can. Oh my goodness, stop doing that, bro. So we can attempt placing things in that grid. So we'll say grid is going to be equal to a slice of bool. We're just going to use booleans, true, false flags. Something's there, something's not. And then we'll say for I range over our grid, and set grid I to a row of bool that is equal to the width. Okay. So this will just be a bunch of falses, right? Does that shortcut you made work on the examples? I'm not sure what the shortcut is. MR Group Online. Hello, MR Group Online. That username does not sound like I'm talking to a human being, but hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, I think at this point now I have two paths I can choose. Sebastian, thank you for subscribing to my channel. I think at this point now I have two approaches I can take. I think I can solve this iteratively, or I can use some recursion. And I've been avoiding recursion all advent of code, so maybe for the last day we use some recursion. Now, if we use recursion, the folks at NASA won't hire us. I think I'll do some recursion. UC Dev here, STIM EM32. Thanks, man. I'm from Brazil. Very cool. I've never been to Brazil. I think I've probably eaten meat from Brazil, because doesn't Brazil raise a lot of cattle? Yeah, it's one of the biggest meat producers, I'm pretty sure. I know JBS is located there, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much else about Brazil. But good to have you here, man. Hope you're doing well. I don't know what STM32 means though. If that's supposed to be significant, I don't know what that means. So we're gonna check fit starting at 0. We're gonna pass in our items to place, our grid, our width, and our height. And we're going to start our recursive check. Actually, see, it says we're asking the question, can it fit? And I think what we want to do is place. I don't know, I'll leave it check fit. I don't know if that's the right word for it, the right description for it, but that's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna say if the given, this is bad. This should be index. The given index, if index equals the length of our items, then we know we can return true. And otherwise, we'll say item that we want to check. Item to place equals items to place at index. And now we start the loop. Now we have to check our variants. Microcontrollers? Oh, very cool. Yeah, I've never done anything with hardware really myself as a programmer or developer. So I'm not super familiar with that area, but very cool. Let's see, Bob Knoll. I was talking about the area check in early return. I might put a print there so you can see if it's shortcutting the region. You think it might? I mean, we're basically just checking the number of spaces in the grid. If the number of spaces in the grid is less than the number of spaces in the items we need to place, we know we have a false, we know we can't do anything. Right? Or at least that's what I think. We'll try, we'll see. Because the grid, where is it? The grid sizes in my example are, let's see, 4 times 4, that's 16. 12 times 5 is 60. So yeah, that check will never get hit with the examples. But when we do the actual input, we can check and see. I'll put a note there to do, is this short cutting a region? Okay, so we need length of items to place. And we need to start looping now. So we'll say for variant in our item.variants, we now need to try every variant. And assuming we have all the right, that's the one question mark that still remains in my mind. Do we have all the correct variants? Yeah, that's the one question that's still. Anna, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay. So we probably should have some sort of a boundary check, right? Right, so we want to figure out where can we start placing to avoid out of bounds placements. So we'll say max row equals 0, min row equals, or sorry, max column equals 0. And then we'll say shape. Oh, this is where we need access to the positions in our shape, don't we? Huh. I don't know if I like exposing. I'll start with exposing it, and then if I just decide to change my mind, I can change my mind. So we'll go to shapes.go. We're gonna add a new. I don't think this is necessary though. So this is going to be a slice of position.position. I think what we could do here is actually, let's actually do this. Let's do max row, max column we'll do func shape max row and func shape max. These probably only actually need to be calculated once. Let's see, so we're going to say max row equals 0. And then we're going to loop over p dot, or s dot position. I lost my slipper. And we'll say if p dot row is greater than max row, set max row equal to p dot row, and at the end of it return max row. And we're just going to do the same thing here, but for column. Like I said, we don't really need to probably calculate this every single time, but we can refactor later. If we ever get this actually solved. Okay, so why are you complaining? Cannot use shape. A shape and does not implement shape. Wrong type for method max column. So that takes us back here. So instead of doing that here, what we can now do is we can say variant dot max row, right? Items dot variant undefined. Type item has no method variant. Yeah, it does. Oh, item to place. Sorry. Item to place. There we go. Jesus. This is going to be variant.minRow, or max column, sorry, max column. And then what we can do is we can then start at looping over the row that is the difference. So we can say, basically we can say starting row, starting row is going to be equal to the height minus our max row, which means then we can do start at 0, and while r is less than, well, it's not really a starting place, it's a last row, last row. Is r plus plus, and then we'll do the same thing for the column. So we'll say for c equals 0, c is less than last column, which will be width minus max column, and we'll do c plus plus. And again, return false here. So we got our variance. We figured out where we need to stop before we try to place things out of bounds. We're just going to start at 0. And we're going to start trying to lay down our columns. Or not our columns, our shapes. So we'll need... I think this is where we're actually going to end up needing the positions, aren't we? Because how are we going to know where to stick stuff if we don't know where the shape sits at? Right? Right, guys? Right? Yeah, how are we going to know? This is where I kind of get a little overwhelmed. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure. We're just enjoying our coffee, drinking our elf-themed puzzle. So the base case is that it doesn't fit, or that the variants don't fit, or one of the, yeah. The base case is none of the variants fit, so we just return false. So if a variant could fit, right? Let me just write out the pseudocode. So if, what's overwhelming? Because I'm trying to think about, we basically need to, what's overwhelming is we have to, this is where like the recursive stuff gets hard for me to think about, but we basically have to figure out, can I put the thing in the grid, right? So given the current state of the grid, can I put the shape there? And if I can do that, then I have to actually put it there, right? Yeah, then I have to actually put it there. And if I can't, or if I, yeah. So this is what it needs to look. This is what the pseudocode in my head needs to look like. So check if shape can be placed. Then we have to, if can be placed, place it, right? If it can be placed, place it. Then we have to say, if it can be placed, placed it. Then move to the next item, right? And this is where we will call check fit recursively here with index +1. If that returns true, move to the next item. Yeah, if can be placed. And then if this works, if the call stack unwinds and check fit returns true here, we've placed the item. Otherwise, we need to undo the placement. We need to undo the placement, I think. So what does that look like? It looks like this. So if we were doing this, we would say if can place there's a bunch of stuff we have to pass into can place. There's like we need, what do we need? We need the row and the column, we need the grid, we need the variant, we need row, column, variant, no, grid, variant. I'm actually gonna do grid like that. And then this is where if we can do this, then we're actually going to place it, which is again going to be RC variant. And then we're going to do if. So this is where the recursive call happens. If check fit index +1, and then we pass in the other stuff, which is items to place. We pass in our grid. And is that it? Width and height. Width. And if this unwinds, then we have a true call. Otherwise, we have to undo the placement, or I guess remove, or unplace. Is unplace a word? If I place something down, can I unplace that thing? Let's ask Google if that's a word. Unplace is unplace a word? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, it's a word. So then how do we do that? So how do we, let's generate those checks. So let's do, we need can place, place, and unplace. How about that? I know, how about that? Hey, Shuto, good to see you, man. Sorry I didn't see your message. I was locked in there for a second. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. It's 6:30. I think this would be a good time. I'm going to define these functions, and then this will be a good time, I think, to break and make a coffee, and then try to come back and hammer this home. So what do these look like? I guess I could have the Go language server generate those signatures for me. So let's do this. They really want me to. One above, this one below. Okay, so the can place is going to check to see if I think it's just going to check to see if that row and column spot has a false value. I think is what it's going to do. No, it's going to loop over the shape. So we'll have to say, let's see, position range over shape dot, or sorry, variant dot positions. We have not exposed that yet. So we need to go back over to our shape. And we're going to do position. Whoops. This is what I was trying to avoid doing, but now I might be able to refactor this so I don't have to expose as much. I don't really think that matters though. I don't know why I keep concerning myself with that, because who cares? It's admin of code, right? We're just trying to get to an answer. We're not designing an API. Should be positions. Why is this thing complaining? Cannot use shape as shape value in return statement. Shape does not implement missing method positions. Invalid interface assign. That looks right to me though, don't it? Oh, misspelling. All right, come back down here. This is where we can now say, oh, hold on. The shape and the grid are different sizes, aren't they? So how do we calculate? So our shape assumes its coordinates are based off of 0, 0, but our grid is a 0, 0 grid as well. So we basically have to move the smaller shape grid to wherever the R and the C for the current spot is, right? So what do we want to call this? We want to call this like not normalized, but absolute. I guess this would be their absolute positioning. So we'll say absolute row, absolute column. Is there a reason for the interface in the struct? Oh, just my own weird C# personness coming to go. I was just basically, you know, in C#, you know, it's always hammered into you when you're designing something to try to keep the surface area small and to try to avoid exposing internal details of that object to the external world, right? So to just try to simplify the API surface area. But I know that doesn't really matter for admin of code. It's just a habit I got into when we were solving these. There's not really a good reason other than just thinking about how I can try to practice API design a little bit. So how do we get the absolute row? I guess the absolute row is going to be equal to whatever this row is plus the positions row, right? So let's just assume, for instance sake, let's use the simplest position. Let's just say we're at 0. Let's just say our position is 0, 0, but we're at 1, 1 in our grid. We want to move each of the position relative to that absolute We're basically treating the row and the column as 0, 0 for the purposes of our shape. Is what we're doing. Right? Let me draw that so that makes sense to me. Does that make sense to everyone else? So if we have, this is our big grid, right? And then our shape is essentially modeled inside a smaller grid, right? And so if we are checking if we can place our shape here, right? Our shape coordinates are assuming that this is 0, 0. But in the larger context of the grid we're checking against, 0, 0 is up here, right? And so let's say we're checking for this column and we're checking for this row. We have to shift this position by that number of rows and that number of rows and that number of columns, which is why we're adding it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And then from here we can check to see, we can say if, or let's see, existing value is going to be equal to the grid at absolute row and absolute column. And if existing value, then return false, right? Because every position for the variant needs to be true. Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, Lila Lamp, you're back. Good to see you again. Yo, Steven, how's your morning so far? I thought I'd drop in, say hi, seeing as I'm actually awake. Well, good morning to you, sir. Yes, thank you for dropping by. We are doing actually pretty well. I think we're at the point where we're almost to what I would call like a complete solution. It might not be the right solution, but we're at the point to where we can probably run this. Where we can probably run this and get an answer, and then we can start working on debugging it. Because I don't think I probably got it all correct. But yeah, other than that, it's going well. You should have posted your pet. That's what the pets channel is for, I Love Lamp. Also, Merry Christmas, Crowed and Mize. Merry Christmas Eve, I should say. Merry Christmas Eve. I don't know if you celebrate. I know not everybody celebrates Christmas, but some people just, some people just celebrate the holidays. So this is occupied, then we return false. Otherwise, we get through all the positions and we return true. Then what we do with our grid placement is basically the same thing. So we basically do this. So instead of doing that, we actually place it. So we say grid, absolute column, whoops, row, absolute column equals true. And then unplacing it will be this. So we could probably have one method called place and just pass in the value, true or false, but I kind of like that it reads a little bit clearer. All right, so let's rubber duck this really quick. So we're doing it. We're solving this recursively. So we're just asking the large question we're asking is can fit. Then within the can fit question, we are asking an individual question about each item. And so we're basically going through, building up our list of items to place. We're sorting it by area. We're creating our grid that we want to check against our region. And then we're checking the fit. And then inside check fit, we're just looking at one item. against the grid. But we're calling check fit recursively as we move through the item. So this is basically, instead of looping or doing this in an iterative solution, we're basically using recursion to go through the list of items to place. Which basically it allows us to almost like backtrack, right? And then if we can't fit it, we'll unplace it. Otherwise, if this unwinds completely, we know we've reached our end state. So let's see. I'm always skeptical of implementing this in a non-iterative way because it's not entirely clear to me that it's not going to run forever. So let's give it a run and see what happens. Let's remove some of these comments. Just adding noise. Oh, that one. Hold on. That one we might need to investigate. Yeah, this should. Remove that. All right. Let's give it a go. See what happens. If it works for the example, that's... Oh no. Oh no, what have we done? You can see the CPU usage going up for that for that executable. Oh no. I don't think this is working. No. Damn it to hell. Well. Shit. I would figure it would eventually run though. Like I figured it'd run pretty fast and either it would complete with an invalid count, but this seems to just be running forever. Why is it running forever? We should be processing through. Let's see, let's format.println. Let's see. Checking index. I know I said I was going to go make coffee and I haven't done it yet, but we are going to. Okay, it looks like we're just going back and forth across the same index. We're going 4 5 4 5 4 5 4 5. Might need to add some debugging stuff already. Yeah, exactly. Oh, your compute just went bye. Yeah. I'm always afraid of doing that because I'm afraid I'm going to like accidentally crash the stream with some runaway problem that eats up all the resources. I did crash the stream one time with Docker. That was fun. So essentially what's happening is somehow we're getting stuck in a loop where we're calling check fit with 5 and then we're calling check fit with 4 and we're never which seems weird to me because I start check fit with 0 and then I call check fit index +1. So Steven, want to rate my website? Not right now, because I'm trying to solve this. I'm trying to solve this problem, but I'd be happy to look at it sometime. You know, it's not that I don't want to. It's not that I don't want to rate it. It's that I am trying to figure out what I've done wrong. Monica, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you. Very kind. It's got to be something with the loop here, right? I mean, why would it be calling 454545? Or is my base case wrong here? Should this be... So what is the length of... I think the length of items to place is... It's more than 5, right? So it doesn't make sense to me why this would be happening. Because index should only be going up. There's items to place, grid and height. That's what we want. Maybe you set the numbers to only 4 and 5 and not 0 to 5. I don't think it's possible, right? Because index is initialized here to 0, and then it's only mutated in one place. It's only mutated here. Just to make sure, let's search for index. Yeah, it only exists in this. It only exists in this scope, and this is where we're calling it recursively. So why we would end up in a situation where we have a never-ending loop between 4 and 5? See, this is why recursion don't mind. Yeah, of course, man. Bounce all the ideas you want, man. No, I mean, my ideas are worse than half of chat's ideas, so you guys bring all the ideas. But that doesn't make sense to me. Why we're try put 1 instead of 0? Okay. Just as let's see what breaks type of situation. Yeah, and see now we're stuck 5 6 5 6 5 6. We should be getting up to. There's 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 5. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. It's almost like. This is why NASA doesn't use recursion. No, this would probably break the same way if I tried to do it iteratively. Sons of bitches. I'm assuming 2 will double it again. Maybe. Maybe. I think the length, I can't remember what the length of items to place is. Length of items to place should be whatever our example is, the sum of the present numbers. It should be 0. Should be 2. So I guess let's just focus on that one. Main.go. So let's say if I is greater than 0, break. Excuse me. Okay, so that worked. So that's good, right? We got 1, and that's what we should expect based on what they told us in the problem. Let's see, what did you tell us in the problem? You told us that the first region, it turns out that you can fit both presents. This region, here's 1. Okay, so we should have 2, there's 2 regions. Okay, so then let's try the second one. So we'll do, if it's greater than 1, we'll break. See if that's where things go awry. Okay, so that's where things go awry. Okay, so maybe it's a number, so where are we ending up back in? Okay, we got required shapes. We call can fit. I bet it's something really silly, like I'm reassigning something to something that shouldn't be. This can be area. This is never being hit, otherwise that would short circuit the check fit calls. Now check fit gets called here, so we're checking to see if the index passed in is equal to the length of the items to place. Yeah, because that's our base case essentially. That way we avoid trying to grab an item, basically trying to grab an item that doesn't exist. And then we loop over the variance. We calculate where we want to stop trying to place things because it will be out of bounds. Then we loop over the row, we loop over the column. Oluwatobi, Oluwatobi, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. It's very kind. Isn't there a way to debug where you can see each step of your code run? Yeah, I have a debugger, but the debugger doesn't. When I'm on a screen this small, it doesn't really. It's just difficult to work with whenever I'm on a small little vertical screen like this. But yeah, I do have a debugger hooked up for Go. We did that yesterday. Wilo Gamer Pro. Hi, good morning, Steven. Christmas Eve streaming instead of waking up a little bit later. Maybe AOC sounds more entertaining. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy doing this, you know? It's like working out. Like, I'll still work out today. I'll still work out tomorrow. Like, it's just, I just enjoy programming and coding. And so I do it every day, you know? I'll be here tomorrow morning. I'll be here tomorrow morning until my kids wake up. When my kids wake up, then I'll end the stream, which means I'll probably end the stream pretty early tomorrow. If I start at 4, my kids will probably be up by 6, I would imagine. They'll be pretty excited to get their presents and open them up. This makes no sense to me. I wonder if this is something... Bob, if you run that on the first region of the real input, does it get stuck? We can try. We can try. Main test.go. Yeah, we can try. Let's see. The numbers, what's actually throwing me off the most is, is the number. Because it's like, why would the index ever go down? It's almost like the stack is trying to unwind, and on the way to unwind, it then goes back up. Is almost what it looks like is happening. Okay, hold on, let me see. So we'll answer your question, input.txt, and main.go. We'll set that breakpoint back to, we'll just process a single region. So this one says, let's see, go runner. There's some sort of panic situation here. Testing.go, solve problem part 1. Index out of range. Do I not have the input correct? So input.txt. There's my input. Okay, so that's fine. So on the input, it just outright breaks. So it says index out of range, specifically where? Testing.go, main.go, line 52. Interesting. Did it never get there? Where are all these print statements coming from? So it's actually making it through quite a few regions. So 42, 47. It's breaking on one of these. Let's see. Shape. It's breaking on the last one. Right? Or am I not following that stack trace properly? Jawaka, thank you for subscribing. Jawaka, appreciate that. It says it's throwing that exception here on line 52. So format.println dims. Oh my goodness. This is advent of code at its worst. Let's do run test solve part 1 with input. I think it's trying to what is it trying to do here? Okay, so this is what is it trying to parse? What the fuck, dude? Let's see. So it's saying I want to print I. And I'm saying if I is greater than 0, we should be breaking. So why are we not breaking? I don't understand what's happening with my code at the moment. We should not be printing all these regions. We should not be printing all of that. So I see one print statement here that says 0, which is what I would expect. I think I need to make some coffee. I don't know, maybe it's the stack order that's messing up. Maybe. John, I'd like to interject code and iced tea. Well, there's nothing wrong with iced tea, but I prefer that sweet coffee goodness. We need more of that coffee goodness. Yeah, we need to take a coffee break. I agree, Crow Demise. I don't understand though. Why the hell? Right? Because watch this. When I put this back here, and and I say print line region. So just remember, it was only printing 0, right? And all I did was added a print statement below that. And here it prints out everything. So, okay, so that must mean the parsing is wrong, doesn't it? That's what that means. It means something's wrong with my parsing. Yeah, I think that's what that means, huh? Yeah, go get the yes, go get the coffee. You're right. I guarantee this is gonna say like 1 or something though. There's something up with the way why it was working for my example, but it stopped working. See, print line regions. Yeah, and that's completely and utterly wrong. Huh. All right. Well, I guess we have some debugging to do on the parsing, but I'm gonna go see if the coffee machine's ready. One sec. Maybe that explains some of the trouble I was having on the other inputs. On the unit, I mean. Input, not unit. Naveen, what code is that? This is for AOC. If you ever heard of Advent of Code, that's what it's for. Advent of Code. I just put the link in the chat if you're curious. It seems to think the entire file is the first. Exactly, it does think the entire file is the first region. I don't know why. I wonder if I screwed something up when I was moving stuff around. In any event, let's go make coffee real quick. To the coffee can. Oh man, my headphones died. Well, forgive the poor audio. Excuse me. Today's our last day. Last coffee. Let's see. This is from Panama. Panama Hacienda. The flavor notes are jasmine, champagne mango, honey, and elegant. What does elegant taste like? That's a weird tasting note.
Those are some fancy, elegant flavors. Yeah, it's way too fancy for me. It's a little too pretentious of a coffee experience, but I do enjoy the coffee. I should have started a poly market on if I would, how many stars of Advent of Code I would get, so people could bet on it. Yo, a new POV. That's awesome. Yeah, I did this for Advent of Code just for this coffee calendar. This is an Advent coffee calendar. I don't think I'll probably keep this camera view around for long, but no, I can hear just more echo than usual. Yeah, that's because normally I use those headphones. I use an old Samsung phone to make this camera work, and normally I have my headphones connected to the phone, but my headphones died. So we're doing the low budget, the low budget, low quality version. I'm gonna, as soon as I get this coffee brewing, I'm gonna run upstairs really quick to use the restroom, and then I'll be right back. Smells good. All right. I'll be right back, chat. BRB. For Christmas Eve, I decided to eat some spicy food while I can't handle spice. Oh, you're gonna regret that for sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Also, yeah, Bob, there's no coffee room, Mike, because the coffee room right now is essentially my basement, which is just like, there's nothing in our basement. We moved into this place 2 or 3 months ago, and it's way too big for us. We moved out of a 1,500 square foot apartment, and we moved into like a, I don't know, probably 3,000 square foot. So almost double the space, and we don't have enough. We don't have enough furniture or anything to fill it up, so it's just a big empty room. We're eating a chicken for Christmas Eve night. That sounds good. That sounds delicious. I know a lot of people classically like have ham for Christmas dinner. Like they have turkey for Thanksgiving and they have ham for Christmas. We're not really spending any of our Christmas with my family or my wife's family. We did all of her family's Christmases this past weekend, and then my mom's coming to visit us this coming weekend. So Christmas and Christmas Eve are just our little clan. All right, coffee has been made. We return to uncovering the mystery. Back to the office.
I am muted. Good morning, Rampla and 7 Edim. Yes, it is a pretty decent setup. We have a fairly decent setup here on this stream. Well, that's good coffee right there. Panamanian coffee. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had coffee from Panama before. Also, I missed a couple subs, didn't I? Let's see. Let's replay those. Dev K, thanks for subbing. The Technus, thanks for subscribing, man. Appreciate you. I realize these people may not be here in the stream, but if I just always say thank you in case they are in the stream. All right, let's figure out why for the actual input. So sections is us splitting our input on new lines. Oh, you know what? I know why. I know 100% why. This is not using carriage return new lines. I guarantee this is just using simple new lines. The line feed versus the carriage return line feed. I guarantee you if we do go test run, that's 100% what it is. Test solve part 1 with input. Yeah. Got 0 but wanted -1, which is wrong, but that's what it is. Well, that's annoying. No, why do these things have to exist in computing? Okay, so how do we make this? This needs to be a regular expression, and we need to split on the regular expression to make this work for both our example. So we're gonna do new line regex equals regex dot must compile, and we want r/in, but we want this to be optional. And then instead of strings dot split, we have to do new line regex dot split. User, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate that. I cannot read that username, but thank you for subscribing. This is going to be -1. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So I think with that in place, we should be able to do Did that work? Now I'm not super confident that my parsing does what it should do. Oh, because this should be 2 new lines. So that's new line regex, which is good, but we also want 2 new line regex. I think this should actually be R question mark new line, like that. And then this should be so stupid. Path separators in carriage return new lines are the bane of my existence. Okay, we got 0, but wanted 1. But that's only processing. That's only processing 1. So let's see what happens if I run this against 550. I don't know if that sounds right or wrong, but let's test it. Hey, it worked! Oh my goodness, so that worked on the dude, dude, that worked. Okay, so that was day 12 part 1. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it did work, but why doesn't it work on the example? It breaks on the example, but why? I don't know why. I guess hold on, let me run this again with the with example input. Dude, that was exhilarating. Test solve part 1 with
You did it.
Fucking right I did. Although I will have to say again, chat played a very important role in this one because they got me unconfused about the variants, and they also encouraged me not to give up, which was yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. Thanks, Crow Demise. Now rate my website. Damn! I love Lamp. You were just waiting in the wings. Let me figure out why it's not working for the example, though, real quick. Thank you, Bob, again. Hey, Bob, thank you again for the super chat. That's way too kind, man. But thank you very much. I could tell you why, but I don't want to spoil it. Damn. Okay. You don't want to spoil it. Alright. Dude, that was so exhilarating. The fact that that fucking worked, man. That was the most chaotic advent of code solution probably anyone's ever solved. Alright, what? Is there something different about the example? So the input is obviously much larger. There's a lot more presence we have to solve for. Any ideas help you think critically? Yeah, that's true. I have 5 presents. They're the same size as my example. So really the only difference is and it only gets hung specifically in the example. It only hangs on 12.5. Go back to do the comment and tell Livy to stop listening. What? Main to go. Where did I put that? Here? No. Down here. This one? But wouldn't this never enters my recursive loop, does it? Wait, did Steven solve it with brute force? I think it is brute force. Yeah, because I'm just checking all the variants. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a brute force solution. I mean, it is recursive. Instead of doing it like with my own stack, which probably would be a fun challenge for me is how can I refactor this to be iterative? Oh god, no, I've been thinking brute force was not feasible this entire time. Yeah, I think I did it with I just did it with a recursive brute force check. Get all variants and then attempt to place all variants but backtracking when necessary. I don't think this has anything to do with it though. Bob, it wasn't the brute force. It wasn't? But it is, isn't it? Because we're generating all variants for all the shapes that need to go in, and then we're checking, aren't we? I wonder, does anything ever hit this? Let's see. I guess Bob has solved this like 3 times in like 3 different languages. In like difficult languages too. NB, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you, man. So does this ever get hit? Oh, it does. So it does actually save me some work. Area exceeded. think it hits a couple times. I don't need... So let's see what happens when I do the... Test solve part 1 with example. Oops. Didn't mean to zoom in so much. So are you saying that that is what's causing my... I guess we are in a loop, aren't we? I don't understand why. This is frustrating that it works with the input but doesn't with the example. Because who gives a shit about the example? Daniel Fox, what are you writing code for, if you don't mind? We are trying. We spent the last 24 days doing Advent of Code. Advent of Code is basically like Christmas themed leak code problems. I just put the link in the chat there for you, Daniel. Also, good to see you, Daniel. Thanks for stopping in. It's got to be something with this function. It has to be something to do with the check fit function, because the check fit function is what mutates the index. But it only should ever mutate the index up. But when we're trying to unwind, we seem to be... Let me see. I'm going to say if index equals 6. No, yeah, if index equals 6, we're going to halt. Which I guess I can't do that. Complete. Huh. So why does it keep running? Well, I guess it is gonna complete once. Yeah, it is gonna complete once because I'm not... Okay, so let me let me do this. I only want to process the problematic region. So if if I does not equal 1, continue. Don't care about it. So I only want to look at the one that's breaking, which is this guy. And now what I want to do is I kind of want to trace where it breaks. So it doesn't hit this guy. I think it's just magic, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I think yeah. Run the test again since you removed the index print on the full input. Gabriel, thanks for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. I think it's just that comment makes me laugh. That's how it feels sometimes. I don't know. It just works. It's magic. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. So you're saying run it again on the full input now that the print's gone? Okay. So the print statement's gone. We need to remove this. And then we do this. Should be 550. Okay, so that works. 550, it works. That's what we would expect. That's the valid test case. And then this one should be, I think that this one should be 2. That's what that should be. 2 of the 3. So I don't see whatever Bob sees. I don't see it. It's not obvious to me why the example spins out of control. If you mess with it, it'll gobble your CPU. Oh, I meant leave the area exceeded print in there. Oh, yeah, for sure. I can leave that in there. Format.println area exceeded. Quite a few there. And then part 1 with example. Nothing ever happened. It's just sitting there going back and forth between index 5, 4, 6, 5, 4, 6, 5, 4, 6. The highest number it climbs to, though, is 6. No, the highest number it climbs to is 5. It climbs to 5, and then it keeps going back. It never gets up to 6. It never gets up to 6. So let's look at the example. So we are basically trying to do this one. So we're 0, 1, 0. I wonder how many items are there. 1, 2, 4. So there's 6 items. So we get all the way up to the 6th one. Wait, if there's 6 items to place and we get up to the 5th one. So the 5th one is the 2nd, 4th. It's this variant right here. It's this guy. That's what we're trying to place when we spin out of control. Yeah, nothing about the area exceeded. What if you print the total area of the presence and the total area of the region for each region? I guess why do you think why do you think that check, can you express to me why do you think that check's problematic? Because that check never gets hit in our problem in our example input. So the only thing that this check would do is it would terminate us processing a region. So if this gets hit, this doesn't cause a it's not problematic. Okay, so then why are we concerned about it? I think your code is working perfectly. Okay, so then why are we concerned about it? And why are we concerned about it in the context of the example input not working? Are you just trying to help me debug? Or are you trying to Socrates me or Aristotle me to the issue? The Socratic method, indeed. Yeah. So I don't think that this is a problem. That's the problem. It's like I don't want to waste time looking at this because I don't think it's a problem. It never gets hit. So why does it? It never gets hit. So why does it matter in terms of the recursive check? Roshan, thank you for subscribing. Like this check should not have anything to do with creating an infinite loop. Why is the example different from the real input? Okay. Let's do a little split window action here. So the bottom is going to be our real input. Oh, it's ignored from the... It's going to show up there. Okay, so bottom is our input. It has... let's see. So example has constant area. Input presents have different areas. That's one difference. Right? What I mean by that is the examples always have only 2 empty spots, whereas with the real input we actually have, sometimes we have 3 empty spots. Or 4 empty spots even. So that's one thing. The number of presents is the same. The size of the presents is the same. The size of the areas in the... So example regions are much smaller. Input regions are much larger. And let's see, do we have the same? We have many more presents. Example present requirements are much smaller. Input present requirements are much larger. Yeah, I might have to turn to Gemini. Hey, what's up, Born to Shine? Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Get some sleep. Merry Christmas. If I don't know if you celebrate, but Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I just want everyone to be clear. We have an answer. We're just trying to figure out why it doesn't work for the example. Oh, here's an interesting thing. It doesn't look like any. So like there are some. So in this case, we always try. It looks like we always try to place all the presents. And in this case, there are some times where we don't place any presents. But this example works. This example doesn't. So I don't think that's it. Hmm. I don't know. What if... Okay, I have an idea. Print the areas. I have an idea. You said print the areas, but I think my idea is gonna, yeah, I want to close that. So if we go to main.go, yeah, it's on main.go. It's fine, you can remove it. So print the areas, okay. Let's see, format.println area. So area is 7, which is right. Everything should be 7. And I guess we can also print the those are the areas of our shape. So I guess we can print the area of the region, can't we? Let's see. Region area width times height. Line region. See, 7 times 6 is 42. So 42 is less than the area. Yeah, man, I'm lagged out. I'm lagged out. Just kind of silly. I've never had this problem before in Advent of Code. I've definitely had the problem where the example works, but the input doesn't. You need to see the total area of all the shapes you need to place in the total region. Okay. So I never see the patterns that you guys see, but I will print them happily. So there's the region. So this is region area. And then this is the total. The total. And then let's print them. Oh, we should probably remove that print statement that's doing the individual area then. Okay, that will just sit there and run forever. Yeah, I don't know what pattern's there. Do the input. Okay. Yeah, see, like, I don't. This is where it's like you say print this, so I see a pattern. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What pattern can you see in random, arbitrary numbers? Like I don't. What is the pattern? There, you must be a math savant to see this pattern with your eyes. Because I don't see one. Looks like something to do with even numbers, maybe? I mean, there's even and odd numbers here. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Did you check your stack order? I have not. I haven't examined anything in the stack. What are we trying to figure out? The number thing? We're trying to figure out why the actual puzzle input runs fine with my code, but the example input breaks, essentially. Basically, my example ends up in an infinite recursive mess of a loop where it's like resolving it's basically trying to work itself, unwind the call stack, and then it walks back up the calls and then unwinds the call stack, and we just kind of keep going forever. But that only happens with the example, and it only happens with this example. It only happens with which one? It only happens with this one. Actually, I don't know if it happens with this one. Let's see if it happens with that one. Main.go. Let's see. Let's do. How do we? Yeah. So we'll do if I does not equal 2, just continue. Yeah, so it happens with that guy. And it happens with this guy. Oh no, it only happens with this guy. This is the only one it happens with. So it only happens with the last problem. It only happens with the last region of the example input. It's the only time it happens. Well. Never ever quits. Hey Steven, how do you start with DSA? I'm definitely not the guy to ask, man. I think it's probably good to take a course, right? Can't hurt. I took Free Code Camp's data structure and algorithm course back when it was a separate piece of their curriculum. So I think it probably can't hurt by like starting with a book or maybe a video course of some kind, right? But then I think you have to sort of just start solving problems that challenge that knowledge, because inevitably I think the problem with data structures and algorithms is initially you just don't even know what you're not aware of, right? You don't know what you don't know. And so if you try to start solving problems, you'll learn about like A star, right? And you'll learn about breadth first search, you'll learn about depth first search, and you'll start to like build this library of things you know about. And then in my opinion, the real skill of being good at DSA or problems like this is pattern recognition. So being able to be aware of what problems do these sorts of algorithms solve and what are the features of those problems, and then being able to marry those things up. So I don't know if I'm the best one to really give advice on how to be even good or where to get started with the DSA, but that's how I think about it, like from an individual perspective, is maybe take a course, watch a couple of videos, but then try to start solving problems, whether they be leak code or advent of code things, and start to build up that library of knowledge. And then the more you practice, the better your pattern recognition will get, I think. That would be my advice, man. Let's see. Bin packing is strongly NP complete, which means it's the hardest class of problems to solve. Oh, really? I didn't know that. So you guessed it yesterday. This is the bin packing problem. Thank you. I'll be doing DSA with Golang, by the way. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Go has been a fun language, right? I'm more of a C# TypeScript dude, but I'm really glad I know Go now. I really like it for solving. It seems like a really great tool for solving anything that needs good performance. You need to handle concurrency. You want to be able to write simplistic, straightforward code. Seems like it can take you really far with really little effort, which I think is nice. Etienne, solid advice. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. This version includes irregular polygons and decidability, which makes it the hardest version. It makes it the hardest version of the hardest problem? Oh, interesting. So the fact that we even got the input to work is probably I'm probably fucking lucky that I got that to work for the input. Uh, so if I go off what Crove Demise said, he said that the difference was even odd. So this is odd, or this is even. This is even odd. This is even. Odd, even. Oh, interesting. So if the area, does that hold true always? They always need to be either, they both need to be even or they both need to be odd for this to work. I don't think I would have saw that, so thank you, Pro Demise, for pointing that out. But I think that's the case. Well, hold on. Nope, that's not the case. Because this is even. Or sorry, this is odd. And this is even. That's not the case. If you could solve this generally, you'd win a medal or something? Oh, really? I missed a bit. Have you figured out the solution? We got the solution for the real input, but not the example input. So does that mean that you can't have a solution that solves both? Is that what you're saying, Bob? Or have I solved it and have I applied a solution that just won't work for both? If you could solve this generally, you'd win a medal. I love that that's the final day of Advent of Code, is like, you know what? So can I make this work? What did you check exactly? This is what I did. So just to rubber duck my solution, here's what I did. So we obviously we have all the parsing logic, right? So we have all the parsing. Then what we do is we iterate over every region and we extract the shapes that need to fit into that region, the number of shapes, and we build a list of that, right? So we have our counts, and then we build a list of the shapes we need to put in there. And we identify the shapes that we need based on their IDs, which is really just their indexes, but we're calling it their IDs. Then I'm using this function called canFit, and inside canFit, we build a list of items to place, which is essentially just those required shapes with some extra information. And that extra information is the area and then all the permutations of that shape. And then we proceed to just walk over the grid and check and see if we can put that particular item's variance on the grid. And we do it and I'm doing it in a recursive way. So I'm saying, first we say, can we currently put the variant of the shape in the grid? If we can, then we place it into the grid, and then we call the check fit function again, but now we look at the next item. So we're basically doing this in a recursive, we're basically, instead of looping, we're using recursion. We're going to let the call stack handle unwinding the state and everything. And then if this is false, then we unplace it and proceed. right? But if this unwinds true, then we can exit because we know that we can place this item. So I guess I still don't understand the why I can't make this work. The answer is in the margins of the areas. How many regions definitely have enough room versus definitely don't have enough room? Then how many are too close and have to be brute forced? The answer is in the margins of the areas. How many regions definitely have enough room versus definitely don't have enough room? Huh. So, can you tell you what I checked which got... Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would love to know. The margins are very different from example to input. So when you say margins... somebody applied to be in the Discord. Thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate you, whoever you are. It's weird because most people's Discord usernames do not line up with their YouTube usernames. Hey, what's up, Danny? Good to see you, man. Not gonna lie, for me, learning Svelte is a bit harder than I thought. I thought Svelte was like really straightforward. I've heard really good things about Svelte. I've never used it myself, but I'm surprised to hear that it's hard to learn. So region area is less than 9 times the sum of the required. Are you serious? That's what it takes to answer the question? There's no way is that actually okay? So hold on. So going back, so what is that? What is that checking for? 9 times the sum of required gifts. Worked for me at least. So what is that calculating? That's calculating Interesting. Yeah, gift takes 9 tiles max. So I probably need to draw this to make sense of what y'all are telling me. Let me draw this. So if we have a region and we have squares that are 9, so what you're saying is basically does that solve, so will that solve it for the, I guess I see what you're saying now. So you're just saying your calculation is just calculating 9 times the sum of required gifts. Sum of required, so 9 times, let's say 9 times 2 is 18. Okay, let me see. Let me just do. I can do that really quick here. I mean, that's not. I mean, that's just width times the height, and then that's v value equals the length of required shapes times 9. So if value is, or sorry, if area is less than, no, I think if this would have to be if value is greater than area, right? Okay, and then interesting. So, but it doesn't work for. Or are you saying that that's the check I need to use here? Oh, area greater than value? Like that? Huh. That doesn't seem to work for me. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't work for me. If the region isn't big enough to fit the worst case scenario gifts, it definitely won't fit. If the region isn't big enough. Yeah, but what we're trying to find is we're trying to find the ones that do fit. So why do I care about the area being greater than the value? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Area is greater than the value means the area can contain the worst case scenario. So we increment the total. So why doesn't that work then for me? It's a shortcut to dismiss searching worst case scenarios. Oh, so it doesn't go. So it doesn't go here. It goes in the. Is what you're saying. Antonio, thanks for subscribing. Greater than or equal to. Well, should this be? Should I still need to search? Or are you saying that's the only check I need? So you guys, so you guys just were like throwing oh, so this is interesting. So you guys knew that there was math to make this work, and then you just kind of like approximated yourself to the solution. Interesting. Huh. So hold on, where was I? I was area equals height times width. Bob, yes. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So this is because it's an MP problem, right? This is uh so area, and then what was the value was the length of required shapes. I don't think I ever would have figured this out if you guys didn't tell me. But the second step was superfluous. Nice. Okay. So if area is greater than value, total plus plus. And then you were saying maybe try greater than or equal to. Huh. And then you were saying area times 1.5 times. This is so fascinating that there's no exact right case for this, that we're just we're just gonna let's see, untruncated to int. Oh, gotta float it. I have to cast all these. Oh, I guess I just have to cast the result of the multiplication, don't I? Cast it to a float. I think the actual input is designed to work with the keep it simple stupid check. Hold on, what did you say? Hold on, let me read this again. I might have severely over-engineered this. It sounds like I severely over-engineered it. Yeah. I committed an apology in my code that it wasn't a real solution because I thought it broke it. Because I thought I broke it. Oh, nice. Are we completing AOC today? We're gonna try. This will be for me. Wherever I stand at the end of the day is where I stand for 2025's Advent of Code. I won't work on it anymore after today. So this will be the last time you'll see me on stream doing anything with it. That's kind of the constraints I put on myself. Otherwise, it would just take up all my time and I'd never do anything actually useful with code. Merry Christmas to you, man. Merry Christmas Eve. I love Lamp. Midway through, I'll be continuing later or tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, very cool. ETN, try with your actual input. Let's do it. That got me 1,000. So let me remove my... Guess let me remove this. So that worked. So the simple check worked with my actual input. With part 1 example. But it doesn't work with my example. So neither of those things work with the example, but they both... So my original solution and your guys' simple check solution both work with the input, but neither, for me, work with the example. Bob, no, but you're 1 star away. Just need to get day 10 part 2 and you're done. Well, I haven't even done day 12 part 2 though. So I don't even I might not even have let's see, part 2. The elves thank you profusely for the help and start rearranging the oddly shaped presents. As you look up, you notice that a lot more elves have arrived here at the Christmas tree farm. In fact, many of these new arrivals look familiar. They're the elves you helped while decorating the North Pole base, right on schedule. Each group seems to have brought a star to put on top of one of the Christmas trees. Before any of them can find a ladder, a particularly large Christmas tree suddenly flashes brightly, then a large star magically appears above it. As your eyes readjust, you think you notice a portly man with a white beard disappear into the crowd. You go look for a ladder. Only 23 stars to go. You don't have enough stars to finish decorating the North Pole, though. You need one more. Although it hasn't changed, you still get your puzzle input. What? Oh, are they saying that I have to have day 10 part 2 to enable to get the last star? Is that what they're saying? There's no part 2 on last day. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well that shows you I've never been here before. Okay, well I guess then that's hilarious. I guess then yeah, it is just day 10 part 2. So I guess I need to figure that out. I really don't have any desire though to go back to that problem. That problem was a freaking nightmare. I'm traumatized. The last star is free if you finish all the others. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. Let's see. Your brute force solution will work with the example. It will just take a little while to run. Really? Will it really? Let me see. I wonder how long. How long do you think it will take to run? That's crazy. So that's a very interesting problem because to me it doesn't look like it'll continue to run. It looks like it just revisits the same place over and over and over again. Maybe I'll just let it sit there and go. uh, what's my average CPU usage? That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Okay, well. Run it in another tab and crack on day 10. Oh. I really don't want to go back to day 10. Someone asked about what code theme, editor theme. Let's see. I use GitHub Dark Dimmed in NeoVim. Day 10 has a method that gets it done in a few milliseconds. Really? without linear algebra or with linear algebra? With. Yeah, I don't know. That spending that one day. What day was that? That was Day 10 was Saturday or Sunday when I spent, I think it was Saturday. Yeah, Saturday was when I probably spent 9 hours total on that problem, and it about broke my brain. It's just integer programming? Yeah, I don't know. It breaks my brain trying to think about it. Mine runs at 35 milliseconds in Python with linear algebra and discrete optimization techniques. Nice, dude. Yeah, I just don't think I don't think I'm computer sciencey currently enough to deal with it. I mean, I can solve linear algebra equations by hand. Translating that into code, though, appears to be quite challenging. Mine runs very very fast with NumPy and Pulp. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to solve these things, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. I think that's awesome, though. I mean, I'm proud of where I've gotten to, though. I don't really care so much about having all the stars completed. I used all my abilities to get to where I currently got to, and so I've reached the edge of my abilities, and that's okay. It means I probably need to study up a little on some of these areas. I'm going to remove this, because that's not how I actually solved that. And then I'm gonna go here, and I'm actually gonna say if result equals expected. Let's see, we got %d, but did not expect to. Which means I fully expect this test to fail. Let's see, no. I expect this to fail. I expect this to fail. My solution appears to only work for the real input. What a joy. What a joy. So then I think if I do... Oh, this is still running. I don't think this is ever going to complete. You said 10 minutes, right? And it's been running for quite a while now, and it's... I guess probably not 10 minutes, so I'll let it sit and run. You also learned a few things along the way. I did learn a few things along the way. You are right, ETN. I did. I definitely know that I've gotten better as a programmer over the last year, and I've also learned a new language in the process. So it's a huge win, man. Yeah, I'm happy. Your main options for D10: use an actual solver like Z3. Use linear algebra to reduce the search space. Do fill linear integer programming, or do a divide and conquer method I haven't looked at. Okay. Let's see. I'm still hacking day 12, but I think the last sprint to make the recursiveness work. Nice. So I think day 10 part 2. So day 10 part, the thing with day 10 part 2 is I'm pretty sure I have a working. So I've used linear algebra. I basically took the approach where I used linear algebra to reduce the search space. That's basically what I did. So I use linear algebra to figure out what the free variables are, and then I iterate through those free variables to figure out the minimum combination. However, for whatever reason, it still doesn't work. I still can't get it to work for my real input. It works for the example, but it doesn't work for my real input. Just removing all the print statements. That's what's gonna get pushed. Let's see. Oh, I need to update my README too. I could be, let's see, I had mentioned before, but just using linear algebra, you're likely to have non-integer values, hence why linear integer programming is the name of the game. So but I don't know anything about linear integer programming. What is that? Is that going to require me to go a whole nother linear integer programming? It's a powerful optimization method extending standard linear programming by requiring decision variables to be value numbers or binary, not fractions, to find the best possible solution. Man, that's one bright website, huh? The impossible problem. Yeah, it was tough, man. That's a really, really tough problem. I'm very impressed with so many people figured it out. Oh, I do see a 3 there. Oh, it ran. Yeah, dude. Okay, so it does work. Okay. So it does work. But it takes a long, long time. So I actually can go back here and say, I expect this to fail. No, this needs to go back to the way it was. Yeah, and then I probably should add a note that says, "Note, this takes a long time." Yeah, this takes a long time. Let's do code. That's pretty exciting. I didn't think it would work, but if it actually does work, it just takes a long time. So let's do code. Oh yeah, apparently the Medium site, some of the stuff on there is directly plagiarized from YouTuber and stuff. Oh really? What, people just like transcribe YouTube videos and then turn them into articles? It's kind of lame. We want to turn off word wrap. And I want to say, I did it. But the example input takes a long time to run to a success. To find solution. So whether or not that's a solution, right, is probably up to be a discussion. But it does work. Git commit m feature solve day 12, and there is no part 2. GHPR create day 12 or just day 12. Wonderful. So git checkout day 10, part 2. Go test 10. This is where I want to do run solve 2 with example input. Yeah, see, that one works, but my actual input doesn't. Let's see, got 19. This is where I was. This was the answer I currently was getting for my actual input. Let's go back. Calendar. I mean, even if I don't do this on stream, I might spend a little bit of time today fucking around with it again. So yeah, okay. That's not the right answer. You're stuck. Make sure you're using. You have guessed incorrectly 5 times on this puzzle. Please wait 5 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like I have to go back and like tear everything out. You know? Well, Steven, I'm headed out. I hope you crush these problems. It's time for a morning nap. Nice, dude. Well, thanks for hanging out with us and appreciate all the encouragement. Remember, think outside the box and don't forget to relax and take a step back before you take a step forward, for real. Yeah, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, dude. Bob, no, thing that tripped me up. Once I fixed it, I solved it. You can find integer-free variables, but the dependence will be fractional. Everything must be integer. Oh. So you can't, are you saying you can't do Gaussian elimination then for this? Because that's what I ended up doing. Main.go. I don't remember what I was doing here. Gaussian will give you fractional coefficients. Okay, so then that won't work. Or is there a way I can still use it but get around the fractional coefficients? I guess it's something I could ask the internet. Fractional. If you do Gaussian elimination in the search for the remaining 3 variables, you have to check that the dependent variables are also integral. This is where I'm so far out of my depth on the math here. What was the question I just asked you? How to deal with the fractional coefficients? You have to check that what does check that the dependent variables are also integral mean? I think that might be what I'm doing here. Oh, whoops. I want this to be value. And I want to print this. This is. Depends on your implementation. In mine, I put the freeze into functions to get the other vars. Well. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I have the motivation at the moment to dive back into this. Plus, it's already 9 o'clock. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. This was fun. Advent of Code was a blast. Let's see. As of the end of this stream, I have how many stars? Let's look at my leaderboard. This is our leaderboard that we put together for the event. So only one person, no, 2 people have all the stars. If you want a slightly more intuitive option, look at cutting plane method. Okay, I'll take a look for sure. Cutting plane method. Looks like Pablo's still working on it a bit. Let's see. I have most of the stars. I guess I only have. How many do I have? Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 16. Lenole, thank you for 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So I have 22. So I have 22 of the 24, which is pretty good. That's way further than, or that's way more stars on a percentage basis than I've ever gotten before, which is awesome. Although I do owe at least 1 or 2 of those stars to chat, honestly. So this was a blast. This was a lot of fun to do. Although I'm very much looking forward to getting back to actually building software and not just solving problems. Let's see, at the top you can click on ordering and choose by star. Stars. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I have 22. Nice. Cool. And then Livy's getting ready to knock out day 12, and she will have 24. So we have almost three people that completed it all the way through. So that's awesome. Way to go, guys. Killer job, chat. Bob, can I join your board? Yeah, in our Advent of Code forum in our Discord, if you go to... Here, I'll tag you in it. Because you're in the Discord now, I believe. Where did it go? Also, I need to post... I forgot to post some of my other solutions. Let's see, leader. Yeah, there it is, leaderboard. At Bob. Let's see, join code is in the original post above. Yeah, go ahead and join in, man. So that's Advent of Code for 2025. Yay! We can be done with it, and we can go back to building some software. Can I join the Discord? Yeah, for sure. The Discord link is right here. You can go to discord.cm31.com and join in. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have anybody who comes and hangs out. As long as you're a kind and generous and decent human being, you are welcome in my community. If you are not those things, well, then you should likely find a different a different community because we won't get along well. All right, so I think tomorrow my plan is tomorrow. I think we're gonna try to build. I'm gonna wake up. It's Christmas tomorrow, so I'm gonna wake up. I'm still gonna stream, but it might not be for very long. So I'll start the stream at the normal time, and then whenever my kids are up, I'm gonna go upstairs and do Christmas. And so tomorrow, my plan for tomorrow is to try to build a Christmas tree, a Vue Christmas tree component. That's my plan for tomorrow. Is to try to build a component that you can pass in like a number to render out the height of a tree. And maybe we'll figure out how to like place ornaments on the tree randomly or something like that. Just something fun and Christmas themed. And then we can start heading into whatever we're going to do for 2026. Maybe wrap up some side projects and things from 2025. But no more data structures and algorithms probably on stream. So if that's your jam, I'm not the guy. But if you would like to hang out and chill while we build some software, then this is the place for you. You ever tried Svelte? I have not tried Svelte. Well, I should say I've not tried Svelte outside of the tutorial that they have on their website. They have a tutorial on there that's pretty good, but I haven't actually used it to build anything that I've deployed or actually used. But that might be fun to do. I would also, the other thing I want to do on stream is there's a YouTuber named You Suck at Programming, and he released a Bash course. And I think I would like to do that on stream. I know I don't use Bash that much because I'm almost always in PowerShell, but I really appreciate this guy's content, and I really enjoy him as a creator, and so I would love to just support him by kind of, you know, I could also make a donation. That I think would be nice. But I'd love to just go through this. I'm curious how long it is though. Bash crash course. Does he give like an estimate, I wonder, on how long it takes to do it? He doesn't, does he? If you've already paid, you can get... Oh, so we have to pay. I see. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's free. As a YouTube video. If you'd like to support the content, please consider... Oh, is it on YouTube? Oh, I missed that part. Oh, wow, it's a 7-hour course. Okay. With chapter markers. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can totally do this. This would be fun to do. Yeah, we don't have, the thing is, there's not a shortage of things for us to look to while on stream. I mean, the list is ever growing. It would also be great to show us how you learn new tech. Oh yeah, for sure. Discord tells me the link is broken or expired. Try this one. Maybe there's something wrong with that link. Try that. Just maybe try typing that into the browser. That's the same link Stream Elements posted, isn't it? Discord.stephenfreeborn.com. It should just redirect you to this. This is where it should redirect you to. If it doesn't, I don't know why it isn't. I'd have to go look at that. But it's really just a simple Nginx redirect is all that link is. It's just a vanity URL. I tried typing the link in the app. Try typing the link in the browser, maybe. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're approved. Yeah, you're in. There you go, man. You're in there. It works out. Okay. Yeah, you're in there. You're good to go. Okay, I need to go do two other things. I got the last stars, but using my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. No! That's so funny. Danny, as far as how I learn tech, I can definitely. I mean, there's so many things I'd like to learn. I would love to learn Svelte. I'd love to learn Rust. I'd love to learn how to build desktop applications. Like, there's so many things we could do on stream. If you're curious, if you want to know today how I learn new tech, you can just go watch me learn all my learn go streams. Basically every stream I did in November was me learning Go. So if you're curious how I learn a new programming language, you can try that. But yeah, we'll definitely do stuff like this on stream for sure. So if you hang around, you'll definitely see me try to learn new stuff for sure. All right, guys, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get some more bacon and see my kids and enjoy Christmas Eve. Danny, wait, you did that? I never knew. Yeah, so if you go to, let me find real quick. Yeah, I did do that, Danny. If you go to, I can hook you up with the playlist. I put all my streams into just like a running playlist. Let's see. Playlists. This one. I should probably also sort this. I think right now it's, let's see, playlist settings. Add new videos to the top. Yeah. Actually, hold on. Maybe that's not what I want. Let's see, newest state published. Yeah, so basically every day in November, maybe I can separate these out into a separate playlist. I could also separate the admin of code ones into a separate playlist too. I'll do that for you and link it up. But yeah, they're all in here. Basically, any day in November is me trying to learn Go. So if you want to go back and watch them, you're welcome to. They're all there on the channel. See you, Danny. Have a good day, man. All right, guys. How many of us are here? 78? 78 people are here at the end of the stream. Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy. All right, so normal wrap up. If you're new here and you'd like to hang out with me or anybody in chat, the best place to find us is our Discord, which I've put in chat a couple times. But the easiest thing to do is just go to your browser, discord.cmfreeborn.com. It'll redirect you to the invite link. You'll have to submit an app. That's how we keep all the trolls out of our Discord because trolls don't like to do work. And then if you would like to come back and hang out on stream again with us, my schedule is typically 4:15 to 7 a.m. each morning. And the reason that it's that time is because I work a day job, probably like a lot of you, and I have a family. So the best time to get large, uninterrupted chunks of time is really early in the morning. So if you're in the United States and that's super early for you, I do apologize. I know it's not the most ideal. But if you see me live, I'd love it if you come stop in and just say hi. It's always appreciated. Otherwise, you can cast me in the comments of a short or a video. I try to respond to all my comments, so please leave a comment if you have a question or a thought or something you'd like to see me make a video about or work on. Open to feedback, because sometimes I run out of ideas. And with that, I think I'll wish you guys a very wonderful Merry Christmas Eve. And if I don't see you tomorrow morning, a very Merry Christmas. I hope it's filled with lots of food and presents and just good, merry, jolly times. Let's see, who's in chat right now? So Oblivious, have a good day. Danny, have a great day. Bob Knoll, appreciate all your help, Bob. Hope you have a wonderful day. ETN, Merry Christmas Eve. See Danny, ETN. I Love Lamp, good to see you. I'll check out your website. If you go, if you're still here, I Love Lamp, if you just put your website in the projects channel on Discord, I'd be happy to look at it. I think that's everybody that was here recently. Oh, there you go. Duck, my boy. See you, man. Yep. Bye, everybody. Have a great holiday. All right, bye, chat. Bye, 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 bye. See you guys. Have a good day. Appreciate y'all.